All right, and we are live. Audio looks good. There we go. Streaming a little bit earlier for today because there is a lot that we want to get done. Alright, headset was struggling there a little, but looks like we're good. Now, today, what we're going to be working on is seeing how we can integrate Lua into the systems that we already have. And sitting down today, we'll see how much I like sitting instead of standing at the desk. Because theoretically, we're going to be coding for a hot minute here. But real quickly, let me actually, this microphone's getting in the way of my hand motions here. I need to figure out a way to get it to ignore the run commands right when it starts up if those windows were open when we last had the editor open. Alright, so what are we looking at? At the end of the last stream, we kind of figured out that what we want to do is use Lua and try to somehow fit at least the archetypes part of archetypal ECS into we're still going to store entities in archetypes, but we're going to figure out a better way to have systems run queries on them that it's more linked to structures and the way those things should work. Hello, how goes it? And it's kind of explained by this diagram here that I wrote last time, which kind of doesn't make much sense here, but we kind of have, this is the event loop that we're going to be trying to build here in a second. I don't think anybody is supposed to be, this isn't supposed to be a readable diagram. I kind of prototyped a little bit of like what a Lua script would look like here as it initializes, like telling the engine what it wants to do, registering a stuff that with BraneScript would just be syntax, instead probably has to be actual like API calls. But that's the syntax that we're going to try to emulate. But on Lua, here's me like mad ramblings about the memory waste of archetype ECS until I figured out with math that it doesn't actually really matter that much, especially with modern PCs. We'll be using less memory than Chrome, a single Chrome tab, even if we have 3,000 overallocated or 6,000 overallocated entities, so I don't actually need to worry about that too much. Hello to YouTube chat. The YouTube link in the Discord announcement isn't... Oh! I've been reusing the same link for a bit. Stream notifications. Ah, yeah, you are correct. That is the wrong one. Okay. That means I've been sending people to the wrong link a lot recently. Let me grab that from here. We'll throw that into here instead. There we go. That should be fixed now. But yeah, so the main thing we need to do is do a little bit of a refactor on how the scheduling system works, or right now it's just a tasks system with a promise data type, but I want to extend that a little bit, but we can probably wait to extend that until after we get our like Lua actually implemented in here. So I'm gonna move this window here so I'm not looking over at it as much. And the first thing we need to do is actually get Lua in here. So we're gonna do new window. We actually have stuff here. We actually want Lua Jet. Here. So here's our documentation. We also do want the regular Lua, not Jua. I have no idea what that is. Lua. And the manual, which I believe this has everything in one huge document. So we can use that as a reference table, and then let's look up what packages we have to work with. There's LuaJet here, there's Lulu, so we can grab any one of these that we want and it will probably work just fine. I'm gonna throw this under common. Do I have scripting in here at the moment? Probably not, because scripting was going to be an entirely, well, not necessarily. I guess this would go under systems. And async data, I'm guessing my job system is under here as well. So we probably want to break thread pool stuff out. Anything to do with threading and asynchronous operations, we probably want to break all of that out into its own folder in the or library in the common section. And we probably want scripting to be its own thing. Systems, it looks like we just have transform data types in here. And we want to, one thing we need to do pretty quickly here is transform native components, as I call them, into Lua components, so that these exist within the scripting system, or at least are accessible to it. We might not need to directly this is a static class. Mostly static class. Yeah. Is this class indentation? What do you mean, like having the public tabs on half tabbed? I wonder if I just write here. Oh, that's in line with whatever document I have controlling. Now, let me look at the CLang format file here real fast. This is a word. I feel like I always want braces to be broke before. I like new line braces on most of the time. I like the differing indentation. It makes it easier to sight read it. Right before function definitions. Catch and else. Oh, this is like put it on a new line after a brace. Do I have a brace breaking style? Oh well. I like things to be visually different and easy to read. When LuaJIT relies on LuaJIT. Let's throw this into... Actually, first. We want to create a... We could use that as our branch name, but let's be a little bit more professional about it instead of... So you know how usually you do like a feature or refactor? You could do Syn Lua. I'll probably do a feature Lua scripting. Or, to be honest, you probably want... We'll do Reality Hack as our branch designation here, because it isn't necessarily refactors or anything. Make a Reality Hack main branch. That way that... And this will be our main branch for MIT Reality Hack. Or... See, I'm not sure, because I kind of do want this to be the main branch of BraneEngine for the time being, rather than... Well, I want people to know it exists and be able to try it out if they want to, is the main thing. But I don't necessarily want Lua to ever touch the main branch. So we're going to keep this on a sub branch. If you want to try anything that we're doing here, it'll be Reality Hack / main. And now that I've done that, just to get it out of the way, one thing I'm not sure is I don't know if I actually need GLSL lang, and it actually takes a hot minute to compile that package. So since I can test that real fast here, I'm going to. So real quickly, I need to remove it from graphics, because all this really needs is SPRV cross and shader C, though, but I don't think we actually need GLSL lang. Why is this? Go away. And wait a second. Not GitHub. Where did my toolchain? Where did my build files go that I spent a lot of time working on? Huh? Did they get nuked? No, those are the build commands I spent a lot of time working on here, but not over here. Oh. Was I not on the main branch, and did I just move off of the wrong branch? Dang it! I forgot to switch back onto main, didn't I? Rookie mistake that I've done many times. What is decided for the hackathon? VR music app or something else? So I can't actually decide on the project I'm going to make. That would be cheating. I just have to make features that I think would be good for what I think I could possibly make at the hackathon. You can't actually decide on the project before then, but this is the roadmap that we settled on. So week 1 is trying to get scripting working. Week 2 is extending asset server stuff. That's when we're going to try to get OpenXR working. Without Quest support, of course we are going to be using the Quest through Virtual Desktop or Quest Link to actually develop this, since I don't have a PC VR headset at the moment here. I mean, I could go get my Vive out of storage for the memes, but yeah. Which means I probably want to figure out, I mean, I could just use Virtual Desktop to code as a second monitor. But we're also going to see if we can get audio done in that week. It might not get done in that week, because OpenXR loader might take a lot longer than we want it to. And then week 3, we'll try to get the GLTF loader. For the moment, it is me one man showing this. There are a couple people in the Discord who have been contributing stuff. Inspired, indeed. There will be many inspiring things about that experience, like me trying not to curse within earshot of my family. But then, if we have extra time this week, I really would want to try to get compute shaders and then skin meshes working with compute shaders. Of course, these are the things that we want to get done. Most important thing here is like material properties API for scripts, because that way you can make a lot more dynamic things with that, you know? And then, regardless of anything else, I want to spend an entire week on trying to get the editor to not crash. So this is our current set of plans. So here, there we go. So that gives us our launch JSON file, which is amazing. And then reality hack, main. And we want to rebase onto main. From what branch did we branch from? if I remember correctly, this command is the branch that you want to rebase onto and the branch that I think it was build instructions that I was on. I just want to double check. So check out B onto BA, but it's not BA. So this is the root of B. So we actually want main to be first. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Don't want to push it yet, but there we go. We are now rebased, and if we want to just throw everything in a try catch, no, we're not going to do that, because memory corruption is very, very fun. Undefined behavior. So now that we actually have my build commands back, we'll be able to test the thing that we've already committed, and hopefully it works. So I did get a chance to refactor my build stuff, so it does use Ninja. So all of this compiles significantly faster than it did before. And this should boot up. There it is. But of course it always opens on the primary monitor. I need to figure out how to let it remember which monitor. Okay. This compiles fine, it seems, without GLSL, so I'm gonna keep that not in the project. Where did my recent projects go? Open from file. Is it H? Brane projects, test project. There we go. Okay, shader compilation works fine. There's our model there. Which is good, because that thing takes forever to compile. Who cares about memory anyway? I mean, I care about the editor not corrupting projects accidentally, because it's slowly has memory corrupting. And undefined behavior. Undefined behavior is very fun. You'll have undefined amounts of fun. So that was just something I really wanted to quickly get out of the way, because it had been bugging me for a bit. So now let us add LuaJit real fast, and I'm gonna check to see if it has any features. Ooh. What's the default? What's the default? I definitely want this to be 64-bit. but we will... Actually, do you think this configures that automatically? Probably does. Well, at least it's faster than Unity at opening projects. It will be even faster once I actually multi-thread the editor. Because right now it's mostly single-threaded and blocking for most of its file operations. But I will never have, like, I don't ever want to have that stage that Unity has where, like, you open a project and then it's like, alright, time to generate a cache for every single asset in this project. And you're gonna have to sit there for 30 minutes as it indexes everything. I want to get the editor UI open and then throw that in as a background task. Of course, it will like stop you from doing anything meaningful until it's fully categorized everything. But yeah. Now that we have Lua ECS installed, the next thing to do is decide where we want to put it. It's definitely going in common because every single build target is going to be using it. Do we want to call this scripting? Do we want to call it pipelines? I mean, scripting interacts with pipelines, so we'll create a... Oh, that created a folder. So we're going to create scripting just call it scripting H. And I'm going to yoink the header guards from this. Can I delete word that? No. Or you attempt multi-threading? Oh no, I have in the past. Well, I haven't gotten antidepressants for it. I actually found it fun because I'm not mentally well, but in a useful way. And now I get to decide... Oh, come on, formatter. Work with me here. Now I get to make the fun decision of... Do I like the way that all of this currently works? Because... if we look at the main class of one of our targets, let's go with the editor, since the editor is what we're messing around with right now. Not the main class, the main file. This is how I'm currently doing everything, is we have modules, and those modules are like, they're essentially global variables, but managed. So you have a runtime, and the runtime is, of course, manually cleaned up, and yeah, that's how we manage everything at the moment. Now, I don't think I want Entity Manager to be a global. I want there to be potentially multiple entity systems. I just don't know if that being global makes sense. Don't know if that being global makes sense. Don't know if that being global makes sense. Then I have an entire module for reloading assemblies. That's fun. I'm just not entirely sure if this is the best way to do it. And if instead I want to do something like a application thing, because it's not entirely the best system for all of these to be globally accessible. That's probably too big of a factor to do right now, though. So we're gonna add in scripting as its own thing. We might remove some of these, like transforms is probably getting nuked. I think transforms is in scripting, not in scripting, in transforms. And it's just a helper class to help you walk trees of the relationships between transforms. This will probably end up just being a helper class. Maybe in helper class Lua side? But it probably... Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this. So we're not going to worry about it for now. We're going to focus on getting some form of Lua scripting working first. So let's turn this into a module. Let's have ECS as our example of what a module should look like. So we have our entity manager, and actually, that. Look at runtime. This is our management of everything. And when we add a module, we need a name for it. It needs to be base of module. This is what we want to implement. I'm not clicking. I am typing. I am not clicking. Go. Complete autopilot moment. And the main problem... Wow, reading code is reminding me why I hate C++ and why I will continue hating C++. Fair. So very interesting thing here is when I was looking into using Lua before, the main problem is that when you embed a Lua environment, you know, that's what we need, is embedding Lua. And I believe there is an example here of how to get this running somewhere. Fully resumable. This means you can yield from a coroutine even across context. Wait. Yield from a coroutine even across contexts. I wonder if that means what I think it means. Because if you can yield across contexts, does that mean I can yield a coroutine inside of one Lua VM context and then migrate that to another Lua context? That would make multi-threading significantly easier. Bitwise ops, here we go. Try something to do with squirrel language. Theoretically, I want this to get working fast, so I've already been suggested cow language, and we saw how that went. I'm gonna have to look into Lua coroutines, because the coroutines seem very similar to the way that I want pipelines to work, and it seems like if I can get that working even across contexts, that sounds amazing. Still rooting for Holy C. If you can, I mean, man, if you can find a embeddable environment for it, like, I am game. The clock is ticking, though. If I get Lua in before you find that interpreter or runtime, then I'm gonna stick with Lua. But if you can find that before then, like, dude, I will throw in Holy C. We will use it for the memes. Temporary language. We might as well have fun with it, right? There it is. Here's the C API. Oh, this is how to embed or expose C functions to Lua. Not necessarily. How to embed it. Actually, we'll look up specifically LuaJIT. Because I believe it... I believe LuaJIT has majority of the same functions, but I don't know if we need to manually turn on the JIT capability with an extra call. Because if we go and here, probably is good to namespace this. Because I have very inconsistent namespacing right now. Is entity even namespaced? My like most important class? No, it is not. So I need to do like a pull request that actually namespaces everything properly. That is something for a different day though. I've looked for it for 2 hours before you started the stream, but sadly, an hour of digging, my dreams were shattered. I knew not how I could... If I knew how, I would probably make it myself. Based. I mean, you can always learn. I am not clicking. Oh. I've been using Rust for too long. It's messing up my C abilities. Now, what we need here... But learning doing this in less time than you implementing Lua is probably impossible? I mean, probably. But there's still a percentage chance there. Now let me check how I implemented thread pool. That would be in utility. I'm probably going to refactor this to instead be a pipeline system. Or call it a scheduler, or make it something more robust than this. More abstracted. But right now, what I'm really wondering is there a way to get how many threads there are? Not really. I know I do it when I initialize this. The thread pool specifically. We have a minimum thread count. Or is that max? I feel like that should be a max thread count. Do I even use min threads? I do. I set it here. Oh no, I use minimum threads to figure out the minimum amount of threads I want to have available. So when we have static threads that are always running, like graphics threads, for instance, I don't think I use that anywhere, but I should. Yeah, these static threads. So it's not a pooled thread, but it's still managed underneath the thread pool. It's just a thread that this holds on to the handle for, so we can, I guess, theoretically do something with it later. See, I prefer them on new lines, but for some reason when... Oh, that's weird. The formatter is being super inconsistent about it. Why does it... Wait, why does it have wild threads on new lines? Not on new lines, but these on new line, like functions on new lines, and classes not on new lines. We're gonna just have ChatGPT go. What settings do I need to set in CLang format to make sure braces are on new lines? I just straight up don't have that in here. I'm kind of wondering what my because my BraneScript repo is always, you know, it's my favorite repo. It's the BraneScript repo. It has all of the things. Wait, is it CLang tidy or CLang format? Or this is like the actual code quality. Yeah, here's my actual brace wrapping. Oh, my headset just reset. I would appreciate if you don't do that, Apple. Now I have to reset up my coding environment and all of the chat windows. Does Safari still have both windows open? It does, so you have to throw that there, throw that there. Just because the formatter knows what is good for you and you force it to be bad, it's not going to help you. Well, no, what I'm complaining about is that it's not being, in my mind, consistent with what I want it to do. I like... With C style languages, I always like doing new lines. With Rust, of course, I switched to the way that, you know, the average Rust. Well, I switched to the formatting of the language. The most common formatting of the language. And in C++, people haven't decided on the standard, so I'm just gonna stick with the one that I like, which is C#-ish. So I like what's going on in... Like, I even have sorting include files in here. Like, why did I not copy this over to BraneEngine a lot sooner than this? I am not clicking headset. I need to finish my desktop streamer. Wait a second. Language CPP, language C#. Why do I have C#? In my format file. I don't think C# is the future. I think it's just a ergonomic language to use in a lot of cases. There we go. The formatting of this project should be a lot more consistent now. However, the C# is if an even more defective Microsoft wanted to copy the greatness of Java. See, dude, I can't fully take your opinion seriously because you're a Java programmer. So, I'm gonna git switch onto refactor fix formatting, git pull, not pull. And that will add our formatting stuff back on. And I'm fine with if the scripting stubs make their way into the main repo, it's fine. Actually, no, I can just not commit them to Git and we'll be good. So now we're gonna have to figure out how to run clang format on the entire repo to fix formatting. We'll merge that into the main branch, and then formatting will be fixed. This looks like a Linux command. We'll just WSL it. Do I have clang format installed? Hello, how goes it? So now we will be able to throw this in. And this will totally not nuke the repository. Oh, find foobar. We're gonna throw this into source. All right, let's see the damage. Oh. Let's go what asset manager looks like, for instance. Yay! Put our braces on new lines. Let's go. Consistency. This is an auto-generated file. That here, we're just gonna add all for now. This is an auto-generated file, so we don't need that to be the way that it is. What's going on with that? Okay, it was weird before, and it's weird now. Oh, my editor or window here isn't big enough, so it's actually not as weird as it looks. So in here, I'm just gonna find, where did I put scripting? Okay. And that is going to completely nuke any pull requests. Well, I don't think there are currently any that are in progress, so that should be fine. But let's... I should still compile. Right? Then again, it's switching the order of header files, and that has caused issues before. So... I don't know. Will it still compile? Oh, configure is failing. Build 32 LLVM is only supported on native ARM. Okay, so that is an auto-configured thing. failed here? This use of void is not valid? For I am Gizmo H. What was it trying to compile? Render window? Unknown type name, I am draw. Interesting. Use IamGUI API. Do we need to find use IamGUI API? Define IamGUI API. But that wouldn't affect types. It doesn't look like. Be nice if somebody recompiled Unity into WebAssembly and then use it in a Firefox tab. That would be a performance decision. WebAssembly is pretty performant, but Unity is... Running C# in WebAssembly requires compiling the entire C# or like a Java virtual machine to WebAssembly, and then you're running inside of a virtual machine, running in a virtual machine, which is something you can do. So I think all I need to do here and look at that formatting actually working the way it's intended to. Don't worry, your sense of awe will fade as you see how tedious and slow it is. Especially since I'm not even technically working on the engine itself right now. I'm like making the format of the files good because I got completely sidetracked. It would be nice for them to compile Unity and delete every last bit of source code and also delete the compiled file. I feel we have an opinion on Unity that we share. No name. This is a bug. Thank you, past me. That probably does open, though. Yep, it does. And you saw how fast that opened? It's because it's cached. So that all theoretically is working. Oh. That's not strict BraneEngine. I think I already have a... I already have a Linux release build, so if I just do... If I just run CMake, I shouldn't need to set the options manually again. Is different than... Oh, wait a second. We need to actually be running in Linux. There we go. So we'll see how long this takes. Theoretically, a good portion of the build should already be compiled. Strangely enough, VC package is the thing that takes the longest to run when I'm running a Linux build for this. What is ISA dev? Kind of funny how Linux runs on Windows now. Indeed, and it's an actually included part of the operating system. You just search Ubuntu, and then, well, you enable WSL, enable virtualization, and then you have Windows. I have Linux on Windows. Lindos. Well, WSL is a godsend. I can check if my Linux builds work without having to change environments. Risk 5? Oh, nice. Risk 5 is very based. ASIC accelerators. So if I push fix formatting, the GitHub pipeline might actually run faster. I mean, it failed pretty fast. Did it fail on the same build error though? It did fail on the same build error as Windows did. So this might actually be Microsoft Limbo. But judging by the fact that this was the same error, that means that this pipeline actually has a good chance of running, which means we might be able to push this refactor to main pretty fast here. Really niche embedded AI. That's pretty cool. Oh, configuring done. Let's build it then. And see, who can complete a build faster? GitHub workers? Or my computer? My computer is running Ninja as the build system. GitHub workers is using whatever the default on. It's probably make files. Cool. So this confirmed compiles on Linux, which is the main thing that I want to check. Which means I can now be irresponsible and immediately pull request this. Because I have personally confirmed that while this failed, this will work. So we can click this button. Doing it on a project board, but training a model and compressing the AI to its base instructions is hard. I can imagine. Real men test in production. But you see, we don't have production yet. And it is only formatting changes, so aside from like those header order errors, we're fine. We're fine. FK, you don't know Rust. I mean, with Rust, you know, it always works. Your code always works with Rust. It never breaks. So with Rust, you can always push straight to production. And I've never done that before for a company that I'm working for, ever. Oh, that actually was the Windows console. Back to here. Not really sure to do with the FPGA board you bought. Use it. Easy answer. Push on save. I don't think I'm gonna go push on save, but I could be convinced to do commit on save. You know, you format on save. Refuse to use Rust. The language just gives me a headache to look at, which is incredible considering how much embedded assembly I've written. I mean, assembly has a very simple syntax, so... But like, personally I like Rust in the fact that I can look at the language and immediately know what's going on and nothing is implicit. I mean, that's like their entire philosophy. Oh, but it doesn't look nice. Coding languages don't need to look nice. They need to... You need to be able to see what they're doing. Utility. Assembly language is the holy grail, I agree. Oh wait, did main get updated even though we're still in formatting? Indeed we are. We're gonna check out Can I just do git rebase main? And then I think I might just be able to get away with this. So I did need to manually pull that. It was just fetching the fact that it had changed. Or was it? Okay, it just didn't care about capitalization. It's not up to date. Couldn't be worse than why was this formatting. Couldn't be worse than some of the header files I've generated using Python from whatever data. Hey, there are actually some generated Python files in this project for some fancy ECS stuff that I'm doing that we are probably going to delete. What was I right? I'm gonna double check the documentation of the git rebase command. Reapply commits on top of another branch. If we do git rebase, so if we do git rebase master topic, and we do main reality hack main, it's not up to date though. Like, any chance you could configure CMake to build using more than a single job at a time when using CMake build? Depends on where. I have actually done that for my local environment. I have it running using Ninja. I don't know if there's like a specific command. This is the wrong repo. For some reason, it doesn't like keeping BraneEngine open. Reality hack main. Wait a second. Is it still saying? Oh, is it treating main as its own branch? Because it's capital main. Ah! And when I did main pull, did it just pull this branch? So if I do this, but instead I capitalize main. Ways to go insane. Wait a second, fix formatting. Shouldn't that be oh, no. Now it's at the same thing here. Okay. We're good. Case sensitivity strikes again. Yes, indeed. You can do make J to build as many jobs as possible. But that was only make, yeah. I think there's... What the fuck is it? Brain job? So brain job is a job for the job system. I just named it that because I was getting a namespace collision with something else in a Windows library. And of course the solution to that is to properly namespace my code, but I'm planning to completely refactor that. Oh, my headset is not plugged in right now. Behold, the cord for the headset that is not plugged into the battery. Okay, we're good now. Anyway, so our formatting should now be fixed. And we can move forward with fixed formatting. Another thing is if you know assembly language, you can break code down to its assembly language and implement it as WASM. Like manually? I wouldn't I wouldn't wish that on people. Does it not hurt wearing that in your face for so long? It gets a little bit annoying, but it's not painful. I have like a third-party strap here that makes it significantly more wearable than it is by base. AI becomes sentient, sees all the typing errors humans have made. How do you humans live this way? But that's the thing, AIs make typing errors too. Just less often. File has been changed since reading it. No, I don't want to edit. Okay, I guess I just quit all. Make sure we're working with a fresh version of this. It's our fault though with the training data. It is. However, AIs cannot fault us. They only exist because of us. So what do we do next? Do I want to go as far as to create a custom asset type? Or to create a little bit, like a little test project first? Maybe we can create a test project within the larger project. We'll just create an editor window, and that window will be the scripting test window. However, we don't even need to do that. You can just implement this inside of data window. Do I have display script data? I do not. So we'll create a new display script data. And then in here, Do I have a script? I don't have a script type right now. We do need a script type. I think I've had a script type in the past. What do you mean no tag asset type? Oh, it's specifically that I didn't have. Oh, I call it system. Let's rename that. Because we aren't doing entity component systems. That we call display script data if we are investigating a script asset. A little window, we call this display script data. And I also want to refactor the way that I do assets. One thing that I forgot to put on the actual Notion here is we need to make sure we don't need to change asset file formats during the hack, because if I change asset file formats, it breaks the project, so we can't do that during the hackathon. Making it underscore. Hey, it just means private variable. See, prefixing stuff with like m underscore, let's say like member, that doesn't make too much sense to me. But like a little tick to say that it's private, that's easy to work with. Okay, so I don't need to do any sort of I'm GUI begin pain stuff. We can just do and just do label text, right? Oh, is it just text? It is just text. Hello there. This is a script. And next we need to actually implement a script asset. Oh look, a script asset. No type named string view? Oh, there's your include string view here. No type named string view. We're gonna restart the LSP. Okay. It remains broken. But that is very obviously not an error. So, what will the script asset contain? It will contain... Does Lua have a bitcode? You know what, for simplicity, I'm just gonna do script text for now. In the past here, how have I defined assets? Old, or not old, but naive 3 years ago me. There's a much better way to handle this. So much refactor needed. Many refactor needed. See, this was a incremental asset, right? Need two lenses feel blurry. All right, there we go. Much better. Want a stack machine engine? I'm kind of opposed to stack machines because of the performance decrease you get from not having registers, or just it's essentially running interpreted at all. Yeah, so this is an incremental asset, where this is just a regular asset, which means that we shouldn't need to implement as much stuff. I am not clicking. I am not clicking. This is making me want to pick my desktop streamer project back up, specifically just so I can turn off the accidental clicking. See, if I move my mic like that, the headset shouldn't be able to see my hands. It can still see my hands. Maybe it's the mic making it even worse at telling if I'm clicking or not. Right, so we need to serialize, deserialize. Oh, it's only the incremental asset that needs the header serialization. See, we need to include. I mean, this should have output serializer defined. So why aren't we getting output serializer from that? Output. That's why. So I can't type letters in the correct order. I was not clicking. I was not clicking. Okay, makes me so confused why there isn't a setting on Moonlight to touch mode. See, they have the ability to turn it between a touchpad and a touch screen. Touchpad mode, clicking moves your mouse around, whereas touchscreen, it jumps the mouse to the place that you looked. But there's no way to actually turn it off. Is Moonlight and Sunlight open source? Can I make a pull request for that? When dependencies loaded should probably live somewhere else. But we do need to add this to deserialize unknown. So we don't. We need it to add it to here. Script will return new script asset. Come on, I had it pop up before. Let me just make sure that script asset actually is in here. It is. So now we do need to create a constructor that automatically sets the asset type. One way I could enforce that is by making us only have a constructor that takes the name, ID, and type. So it's forced to come up with those. Oh. See, for other asset types, like the mesh asset, how do I handle the constructor? I don't. Yeah, I do type set. Yeah, we'll do the constructor first through type set asset type script. Definition of implicitly declared default. It's not implicitly declared. Here, I want the value to be before that. Serialize with output serializer. We want utility serialized data, I believe. And then when I'm serializing assets, do I need to serialize like the name and stuff? Or do I automatically handle that myself? Or in the actual asset class type? Or do I need to remember to do base serialize? If I look at serialize header here, okay, so we probably want to do base, or not base, it'd be asset serialize. I don't know, that looks like it matches it. Do I need the override here? I do, I think. No, I don't. I need a const. There we go. And that's all we need for this precise moment. There's so much I want to refactor here. So much in this project I would have done differently if I had started now. That's what we're working on. This was a really weird way to implement this. Nowadays I would just do a callback function and be done with it. In fact, I do kind of want to refactor it to use a callback function. That's me going through this entire project is, man, I was stupid 3 years ago. Yes, just do a total rewrite. It will be easy. But that's the thing. It actually, like, not necessarily easy, but it would feel so good to rewrite all of this. I just don't have the time before Reality Hack to actually do full rewrites of everything. And I'm like, what I need to do is full rewrites of everything with Smart Me doing the rewrites. Right. Now I need to find where does the editor I can't remember. It's been years since I wrote this code. Is it server file system? No, this is when I still had files stored on the asset server, and then when you're using the editor, you're directly manipulating the project server side. That's what this is. That is a relic from the past, but it's in source control, so we can just delete that. Past me wasn't very comfortable deleting stuff, even though it's in source control. So somewhere here, I actually define that function that gets assets. I bet I have like a file watcher in here. Not Windows. I think it would be under assets. There's assembly builder, assembly reload manager. This is all gonna get very much reworked because it is jank right now. DLT floater, that's getting replaced with the library. Here is the editor asset. What do you mean file system not used directly? It's used right here. What it actually means, writing notes and comments to your future self, explain the code. No, I understand what my code is doing. Right now the problem I'm running into is I can't fully remember where I did things. It's not the assembly reload manager. Does one of the... is it in the asset browser window that I... Is it in the asset browser widget? No, I'm not pressing R, I'm pressing E. I guess brain short I was supposed to do. O to open. So this is the creation stuff. Ooh. Go in file browser. File browser, press current directory. Yes. Well, I just fixed the being able to open stuff from file browser. I meant explaining as in how thought out the code at the time of writing. Alright. To do delete assets from project file. I don't even want to use project files anymore, because then you're syncing state between files. I need to. That's like part of the. I'm throwing this on here as a refactor how project files work. How projects work. Because right now, the assets project file is essentially just a cache of where all of our assets are and what their IDs are. When that doesn't make too much sense, to be honest. I do like the kind of meta file approach that Unity takes to assets. But I also was like, oh, I don't want to have to iterate over the entire project to open up assets. Yada yada. So, yeah. That is definitely something I need to refactor. But what I was actually looking for here is if this was where I put the reloading of assets. Like, where did I put the thing that watches for changes in the file browser and reloads assets? Like, the most important part of the editor, which is also very buggy, I found out. So there's all our UI stuff. Load project. Aha! Project file watcher. This is what I'm looking for. So it's part of project. Or wherever project is. Brain project. You know what? That is a sensible place to put it. Why didn't I look there before? Could not open default project file. Luckily, default assets is working. Why do I throw a runtime error here? There's much better ways to handle it. Oh, I have a try catch. Right? What? What? Why do I? What? What? Yes. Let's put a try catch, but also throw, and then read the result of the try. Because of course, read file. Maybe read file through errors at some point. Right now, it doesn't. Wow. Pre-Rust me was something else. Here. I like. It's not a femboy. I'm not a femboy now either. I'm a furry. Get it right. We're throwing this directly into not show off. We're throwing this into the meme channel. Right underneath dubiously other memes. That slice of code belongs in the meme. Called code bar. Need a code roasting channel. That's what we need. All right. That's actually what I'm going to do. We're going to make a code roasting channel. I thought rewriting everything in Rust was the meme. I mean, it can be. So we're going to throw in... Where is my as symbol? There we go. So one thing I do want to do is that would be nice. Have refresh assets be called automatically. Nobody can make fun of you when one of the top AI YouTubers does their videos as a turtle avatar talking to an anime girl. I mean, that's like peak content, though. Asset types. I might... change these to a generic meta file. Or I need to actually just come up with a plan for how to handle assets editor side, because at the moment, almost no planning has gone into it. And there needs to be a plan of like, here's how we handle assets without it being terrible. But how do I handle... Like, when I drag a GLTF into the project, it automatically finds the GLTF and then converts it. Here it is. Add to file watcher GLTF. Ah, I see. This is how I do things. This is a choice. Yeah, I know. Lua's .lua. Loading script. Replace extension with script. Open assets, insert make it shared. Editor, script. Editor script asset. Which now we need to define editor script asset. So that's all we need to do on this end to actually get our script asset loading and unloading. But now we need to actually implement editor script assets. So, second, I need to go for a second and then I will be right back. I'm gonna mute my mic. Remind me to unmute it when I come back, because sometimes I very much forget. Yep. That was because I forgot to unmute it, like I said I would. Create default source. We don't need a create we should have a create default source to be able to create it from the command, not the command line, the browser window. Don't need script types for the moment. Update source, build asset. All that looks good for now. Let's see, we need to why is Overseer not working right now? Need to come up with a way to get that to actually work in a cross-platform manner without needing to go into the build folder and deleting compile commands, so that when I actually generate compile commands again to fix my highlighting, it actually works. I think I should, as a matter of, when I was trying to get the project working again, I ran into a problem where last source hash was getting updated, even though I need to do this on the actual, where is it? Types. Editor shader asset. I was running into a problem where it was failing to compile and erroring out. However, I was setting last source hash, so it wasn't detecting it as changed. So we only set this if we don't fail to extract attributes. And I should probably work this into the abstraction as well, so I don't forget to do it. So we don't need to do shader compiler stuff. I'm not going to do any of this stuff for now, because we're not actually going to extract anything about this script initially. Failed to... There's not really a way to validate scripts until you actually run them, though. So I need to come up with a way to actually validate scripts so we can get debug info about them. So in here, what we need to do is essentially nothing. Because when we build the asset, I want to pull the source directly from the source file. To do is validate this script and have it define components pipelines, which is stuff that we do with syntax and BraneScript, but with Lua we're gonna have to actually run the script, unfortunately. But this is script asset, so what is the global replace? I think it's S editor shader asset. Editor script asset. There we go. Do script asset as well as editor script asset. And then one of these should complain about Here, I'm gonna do another global replace, which is for script asset. Oh, I didn't global it. I have to type out that entire string again. There isn't a shader type. So you grab the source. Then this is script code. And we don't need a compiler here. We will have a validator at some point. Why am I doing a raw pointer here? Like, in what world does a raw pointer make sense here instead of unique pointer? Hi, can I ask you to tell me what you think of a roast I made of Spotify changing their API and breaking projects, even affecting research I usually make ethical hacking videos? Sure, go for it. Then here, we're gonna change this to script. Is it Lua source? Okay, no. Oh, come on, what did I call it? Script text. That's a name, it'll work. We can do standard string here. It's fine. It'll even be efficient here in standard move it. Even though the compiler should come up with that. Hello, what's up? Nope. Scripts. We're gonna say default Lua. Then inside of default assets, we're gonna add in scripts, default Lua. There we go. So we now have a default Lua file with nothing in it, of course. Now create default sources implemented. We say contained assets. We only... Ooh. This needs to be script. I think we have script assets now. Potentially fully implemented. From like the editor's perspective. Of course, missing many features, but it might be MVP right now. Now, File watcher add Lua. Editor script asset is still not found. So let's include script asset. There we go. We have script assets. And let's make it so that we can create scripts from the asset browser. Oh, it's a create asset window or widget. Oh, it's commented out. Here's our create asset pop-up. This is what we're looking for. We're going to add a new case. Script. There's script asset. And we need the default constructor arguments. these assets all taggable or going to have a different system of specifying their properties for the sake of physics user interactions? Not quite sure what you're asking. We might be on different pages of how stuff is going to work. But all of these are like very raw asset types. Similar to how like assets in Unity are just... That's weird. What did I nuke? Oh, is it just types H? Assets editor asset? Not quite sure what I accidentally deleted there, but I'm not seeing any errors. Editor shader asset. Did I accidentally delete editor shader asset? No, it's still there. Look up, see if they have like a script. Ooh, they have a scroll. You will use scroll then. FA solid. FA scroll. So the create asset thing will now pop up. And the last thing that I need to do is in display files, we need to add that icon. Actually, we don't need to. Did I already do this for scripts? No. What is icon FA code? Ah, okay. Maybe I want to use that. We'll use that for the actual source file. Script will give a cool scroll. For the actual source file code. Then eventually, yeah, I think I do want to refactor this to do like a Unity style meta folder thing, and then hide the meta files, so it's less confusing what everything is. And then we need to make assemblies scopable. Yeah, none of these are actual in-game stuff. They're all assets you can use to make in-game stuff. Assemblies are the closest to... Assemblies are essentially Unity prefabs, so those are the actual in-game things, are assemblies. And on those assemblies you can put scripts, materials, I guess mesh renderers, using the materials and meshes. And that's how you define how stuff actually acts. So for your question of like physics interactions, you'd open an assembly, and then on one of the entities in that assembly you would put a physics component on it, and then that would enable physics for that entity. Very kind of Unity coded. I want the editor to feel like Unity in the good ways, because Unity is a very easy editor to pick up and get going with. As annoying as it is, they do have like the initial. It's easy to get going relative to other things, in my opinion. So I think with all of that, let's try this out. And have so much fun with pointers and other C++ cancer. See, the best way to deal with pointers is just not directly interact with them, which I made the mistake of doing a fair amount in this project. What? Editor shader asset in asset browser widget? So there's our editor shader asset imported right there. But editor shader asset isn't defined. Incomplete type editor shader asset. Wait, incomplete type? As in, it's not finding... There's the implementation of it. here's the actual header file for it. Well, incomplete type just means that see, now I'm even more confused. Because, like, I'm not hallucinating. Editor assets types. Editor shader asset. And here's the editor shader asset. Anything from Unreal would like to incorporate? Seen some mixed feelings on Nanite. I would love to experiment with creating a virtual geometry system like Nanite. However, that would be like... I hesitate to put something like Nanite into the engine because I do want to encourage people to actually optimize their stuff instead of using easy things. However, a YouTube title of "I rebuilt Unity Nanite" makes an amazing... did I say Unity Nanite? Unreal Engine Nanite. I rebuilt Nanite in my custom engine. Makes an amazing YouTube title. Like, that would definitely get clicks. So I'm tempted to do it just for that reason. But it would have to be performant because I know people would try to use it. Here's our editor shader asset. But like, in Brain Project CPP, we're looking at the wrong file. This is the file that can't find it. Apparently Nanite seems to drop performance when the whole point of it was to still be performant even at high detail. So you are probably referencing the Threat Interactive video, which has been making the rounds. And I will say, I was watching Threat Interactive before Asmongold watched them and made it like blow up and everybody know about them. I'm trying to keep like a neutral viewpoint on it because while I have like I've written an engine, I'm writing raw Vulkan stuff, but I would not consider myself a graphics programmer. I'm not knowledgeable enough in that space to make a good judgment on like if what Threat Interactive is saying about Nanite is accurate. What I think is true though is Nanite is efficient from a content creation pipeline standpoint. It's incredibly efficient to have your artists or have a 3D scan, immediately throw that. Haven't watched that, just going off what people have been saying in comments under Game Engine videos. Well, the reason they're saying that is because of the Threat Interactive video. But basically, there's this channel, Threat Interactive, and it's a guy who is roughly my age, making very big claims about like the game industry being like graphics sucking, basically, like all of the modern graphics techniques kind of sucking, which is a very... The way he explains it is very compelling, because the way he's explaining it is not a way that graphics programmers like, but it appeals to consumers a lot. because he's pointing out like the flaws with temporal effects and how they do look bad if you look at them up close. Like, they're technically an optimization, but if you look close at them, they don't look good. And as soon as you point that out to a consumer, great, now your optimization doesn't work anymore because they've realized it looks bad. And of course, graphics programmers are like, oh, it's an optimization. Of course it isn't going to look as good. It's an interesting thing where you're seeing the clash between developer mindsets and the clash between the people actually playing games and what they want mindsets. So getting back to the thing, is Nanite performant? It's performant if you don't want to optimize your game manually. So if you want to throw a 3D scan into a game and you don't want to have to manually topologize it, and you want to do like a huge scene like the Valley of the Ancients, I think is the very famous Unreal Engine scene. Now what you could do is you could manually create LODs for every single object in that scene. You could make it so that depending on the view of the camera, you're hiding stuff, and you're doing a lot of optimizations that I'm going to try to bake into the core of my engine, but it's in most other engines, it's a lot of manual work to create all of those optimized assets. Now, I believe if you do all of that work, it can be more performant than Nanite. However, the whole argument of that is that with Nanite, you click the button and then it works. So there's like a threshold of like, Nanite takes this much performance. With a ton of effort, you can get below that level, but Nanite will always take this amount of performance, and your non-Nanite can be like down here. However, your like level of performance you need is up here, so Nanite works just fine for a lot of huge scenes. So it's a little bit of a, you know, your programmer, it depends. So in short, you can create more performant scenes if you know what you're doing any of the time and budget too. But Nanite makes it so people don't have to spend budget on optimizing their games, which studio executives love. They love not having to spend budget on these things like optimization. We're not making assets. We're not making the game. We're like, there's been a huge increase in movie studios using game engines, but if someone were to use those same tools for something other than cinematography, yeah. Don't want to play a movie. I want to play a game. I also wonder why this isn't working. And by all accounts, it should. Alright, so this is the first thing that fails. This is a linker error. So it got farther than before. Public virtual class. Dependencies. Okay, I forgot to define dependencies. Movie is going to have some differences in performance requirements. Would explain something not being performant if it is being used outside of what it actually is made for. Yes. Though, I mean, Unreal still is a game engine. Like, they're actively developing games with it. I do think there is... I can't see into these game studios and actually know what's going on. But it looks like a lot of them just keep Unreal at the default settings, because it can be optimized. Like, Fortnite runs on a phone, and it runs pretty decently on a phone. Like, a few generations old phone. like, it can be optimized. What am I looking for? Right, I was going to editor script asset. And we need to wait. Solved external symbol, virtual class vector struct asset dependencies for script asset. So is it a pure virtual function on editor asset? Not editor asset. On just asset. Where is asset H? Ah, yes, I did not define dependencies. That would cause issues. The moment we do not have any dependencies, so we can just return an empty list. So my question is, does asset define a default implementation of dependencies? It does, so I don't technically need to define this at all, since it already exists. Resolved external public virtual class vector asset. I did write all. Script asset H wasn't written. Editor shader asset uncleared identifier. So now we're back to that same error in Brane projects 174, I think it was. Interesting. Do I have editor asset importing other editor asset types? No. Oh, my defines just look weird. there's editor script asset right there, which goes to this. And editor shader asset goes to this. Oh, I know what's wrong. I know. It's the header guards. C++ moment. That's not even C++, that's a C moment. I love No Name Project. It is amazing. Alright, so let's see if we can create a new script. We'll call this, new system. We need to call this test script. Ooh. Let's see the damage. Oh, it hasn't. There it is. Yeah, this window isn't going to go away now. Oh, I don't have it on the enum name map? Hello. Now where do I actually... How do I actually define it? There? This needs to be script. But script asset type is in there. So if we go to... Yeah, it's right here. String to enum count for S. What is this? What is this string here? String parsing error. It's not good enough. Give me the string. What is the reality hack thing you were mentioning? So it is MIT Reality Hack, a annual hack put on by the XR Club at MIT. It's like the biggest XR VR hackathon. So I can bring it up here. It's this event. happens in the, it has happened in the MIT Media Lab, which is that building you're seeing there. A lot of very cool people, about 600 hackers last year, I think it was. But yeah, very, very cool event. Would recommend going if you can. I think they might still be admitting people, or that deadline might have just ended. But it is next month, and in 27 days, as the stream title says. Do you plan to submit your engines to it? So no, you can't build things before the hack. You can't build your actual project. I do, however, want to build a project with my engine and then submit that and try to win the... The reason I'm throwing Lua into here is because I went from like, oh, I'm gonna go to Reality Hack to hang out, to instead, hey, I want to go to Reality Hack to win with my engine because that would be awesome. And then I could put clickbait on YouTube that isn't clickbait. Alias script. Okay. So this should work now that I've changed the name of that. So I'm going to commit syn, do restart there. I don't know if I have a key binding for actually doing that restart. Editor bug failed. Oh, it's because it's running. Can I... So T is terminate. I guess I can just DT and then DA. Imagine you go, turns out there's a dozen other people with the same kind of project. Actually, no. No, this is a very, very unique project in the space of VR. There's a couple other that I'm aware of, but nobody's going the complete custom engine route. I know Basis is one. They're going like the Unity route. There's a couple others that have hopped into my Discord as well, and you can see them in the showcase channel. Show off channel. No, it's not the show off. That's the World Makers. Would it be in? Yeah, it's Self Promotion is the one I've seen them in. But yeah, there's another one called Overtay, which is another open source platform. I'm not sure if they did a custom engine or not. But where's your repo? C++, JavaScript. JavaScript. But judging by that amount of C++, it is probably a custom engine with JavaScript as their scripting language. Cringe. But no, what is kind of funny is as soon as like my plan to say VR video kind of broke 5,000 views, I started getting contacted by literally everybody else that was making an open source project. And now I know all of them. And there's not too many. All right, let's try creating a script. Oh, that's a material. Create new script. And Brane, please parse your own thing. Oh, do I need to like reload this? I need to actually like throw reload button here somewhere. Click to other thing, click into here. Am I blind? Wait, it started the command prompt in this folder. That's supposed to open that. That is super weird. I thought I would fix that, but nope. Guess we'll have to manually navigate to it. Oh, is... okay. Nope, the script didn't actually get created. Oh, that created a material. Is this creating materials? I guess I have something wrong in here. Editor widgets. Curious if your project ever gets big enough that companies would want to purchase its rights. You mean like kind of like how Facebook bought React sort of deal? They would have to come to me with a extremely compelling offer and basically have in the contract that they can't really affect the project that much. And even then, like Meta, this is kind of like a screw Meta project almost. Because I explicitly don't want them controlling the metaverse. That was like that is one of the driving things of the project, is I don't want any large business to have control over the space. Editor script, new editor script, asset script. So that is it's already danger of doing so due to Quest Hut's adoption. Android XR is the hope. Wait, is that what? Oh, never mind. Oh, C moment. C++ moment. there's our test script. But not our actual, like, test Lua. Here, I need to create a new directory so that I can, like, force refresh everything. Test script. This didn't create a Lua file. I need to fix the open browser thing. Because, like, nah. It was working at some point. This only created the test script folder, but didn't create a actual test directory. So let's see this. When we say new editor script asset, what this should do is what do I do for what do I do for specifically shader assets? Create default source. Oh, I manually call create default source in here. What do I do to find create default source? Yeah, it's right here. Go. Oh, that YouTube stream is very behind. I'm gonna refresh that. Hopefully chat is up to date. And then I really want to fix the Open in File Explorer functionality here. Asset browser widget. We call start and then we pass in file browser plus current directory. Current directory is, what is root path? Exactly. This is my logging function, right? Yes. Logging. Do I just do push log? Like, what is... So we'll see what that actually displays. We go with the Linux-like route or the closed? Definitely the Linux-like route. We would have to see what Android XR looks like. That would be tempting. Especially if they make it like open source and stuff. Alright, let's throw the console over here. See what show and file browser runs. Running start. Assets. I mean, that is the correct place to run. But it's opening up. See, if I run start dot, it opens up a file browser in the current directory. However, for some reason, the full path doesn't work. If I do that, does it open up another console? It does. Interesting. Even let us customize the UI how we want. Not even Steam VR is customizable to an extent most like. I have no clue. Making customizable UI is very difficult. And like, I'm not currently working on a headset, so I don't know. There is another project, Stardust VR? I don't know. Nova in the Discord is working on a Linux style UI server for VR headsets that is very cool. That I would probably, if I was making a headset, I would at least consider using a system like that. So how do I do start dot? Run start dot in the command prompt window to open a file explorer to the current directory. Alternatively, run start a folder to open file explorer to a specific folder. But that's what I'm doing. Or some dir suffices. Wait, are you intending for the command windows to show? No, I'm intending it to... what I want to happen is... that. Where it opens up a file browser. OSX open is start and command line. Yes, I'm aware. Oh, what if I... emit the... or... no, that's still... just opens up... this. And not even in the file I want it to. Why is it doing that? Start opens. Ah, headset restart. Ah. Gotta love beta technologies. Okay, and we're back. I can't spell Explorer. So if I do this, and I throw in Explorer instead, that does open up the Explorer. That's what I want to happen. And does it work if I throw the backslash on there? That's the intended behavior. Let's delete this. Now we have a new script that still doesn't have the could not copy default script code. The system could not find the path specified. Says code not set for. Interesting. At least we're getting errors for it now. So I guess I'll just replace this with Explorer. EXPLORER. Okay. If I'm being honest, I never even knew that AVP supported Windows. It doesn't. I'm using Moonlight and Sunlight, which are third-party applications, to be able to do this. Pointers are easy. Static strings are hard. Statics are hard? Yeah. Confusing in a lot of cases. Brain short. What was I doing? Wait. OS command. That was to open up files in... My opinion on Google Cardboard is it got me into VR. I used to actually make like WebXR apps for Google Cardboard stuff, and that's what I originally started deving with because I couldn't afford an actual headset. So I did stuff for Google Cardboard. But nowadays it's like, I don't know if it actually helped the public opinion of VR too much with like roller coaster apps and whatnot. What are we up to? We are working on getting script assets working in the editor. Not them doing anything, just the script assets even existing. Wait a second. If selectable show in file browser, selected files not equal 1. I guess that still works. What rendering API are you using for the client? Vulkan. Current path, default assets, scripts, default Lua. Let's see if that exists. So in this case, we actually need build, debug, editor, default assets, scripts, default Lua, default. That is spelled correctly. That does exist. CRIPTS. Default SCR. Yeah, I get like zero motion sickness from VR as well. Default Lua. So it's claiming that it can't find this. Yeah, and then if we open up the console here, cannot copy default script code. The system cannot find the path specified. Creating Brane projects, assets, new directory, new script, script, and that works successfully. Throw a breakpoint down there. There we go. Is O to step over, right? Bugging is being weird right now. Oh, there we go. Something broke. Process exited. Have you got anything running in VR yet? Or are you doing that after the editor? We're doing that after we get scripts working. All right. There we go. Debugging is working this time. Path remove file name. Wait a second. So for some reason, path remove file name is... Why do I have path remove file name here? Could not find the path specified. What if it's trying to delete that? What even is a file in this case? File system path? That's the path to this asset. So why am I trying to remove... Oh. I am removing the file name from the path. Instead of removing the file, I was thinking remove file. Now, I know that this path definitely exists. Default assets, scripts, default Lua, unless, like, shader creation doesn't work anymore. No, shader creation still works. And I literally copied the code from shader creation. So I know that that path should be correct. Just scripts, then default Lua, check that that exists. Copy file is what's failing. Do you believe the x86 architecture is going to continue to reign supreme? In the very long term, everything eventually dies. I think in the short term, it's going to still stick around for a hot minute. ARM is slowly starting to take over, though. And I, for one, welcome our ARM overlords. Should I save some money and go buy a monitor from the shop to use as a secondary monitor? I've been meaning to get another. I very much like secondary monitors. Like, a lot. So, I am in favor of secondary monitors, and in fact, I should get one myself. Function require loop or previous loading error. We'll just remove that breakpoint. Continue running. Shader source not set for... Why is shader source not set for? Cannot copy default script code. The system cannot find the path specified. So, did I remember to say if not exist? Yeah. So this does exist. So we're not finding the path to copy it to. Is the way that I'm setting the path for this messed up? Now let's see how debuggable. See how debuggable this is. We're gonna add in file as a watch and just see how that is. This is taking a hot minute. It does not appear that DAP watches are working, or DAP stacks. Are you using Lua as a temporary language until you finish BraneScript? We are using it as a temporary language for MIT Reality Hack, and then, yeah, until we finish BraneScript, which hopefully will be not too long of an endeavor. You know, if I can figure out why it's not working. So we go into the next line here, then it's still saying we don't know what that is. I'm gonna refresh the debug UI. There we go. Text error, string parsing error. There is an open action. I think if it's enter. I wish it didn't take 2 centuries for this to do anything. I wonder if it's something to do with my config. Oh, thank you for sticking around while you could. It is much appreciated. I bet it is something to do with my config, and there's something in there. Expand, remove, edit. Not an editor command. Enter insert mode and you'll see a prompt appear. Press enter to submit. But why does it take 2 centuries? This is just duplicated. Why is that duplicated? Because this isn't DAP UI, but it is. For launch, actually I do want that to stay the way it is. Nothing in there I can see. Because there was one thing I saw where you can change the way that variables look. Anyway. I need to see what path is there. Node LDB super slow. I know code LLB is supposed to be better, and it's what I'm using, but it's slow. What do you use to make UI for the editor? Currently it is IamGUI. Don't care about how long it takes to... I might just restart the editor. Yeah. All right. Try creating a new script. Go back to here. All right. We wouldn't actually have a breakpoint anymore. Now we have a breakpoint. Of course, same errors as before. Very obviously breakpointed. Now I'm gonna try to use the locals here. So if we can open up this editor asset, that's a lot faster than the watches window. Wow. Of course, a string parsing error. But if we go down deep enough here, there it is. Brane projects, test project assets, new directory, new script.script. That's obviously the correct thing. But for some reason, remove file name bugs the entire thing out. Now we are here. Check this out. It still says script. Oh, that's because this is the this pointer. If we go to path, oh, it just completely removed the file name. And we did we not replace it with something else? We didn't. Oh, I'm stupid. Wait, no. Let's look at... Oh. Where's shader asset? It's under types. Oh, that was the C file. Oh, okay. So I am adding a name plus dot whatever in there, and it was just hidden from me because I just blatantly deleted that entire portion. There we go. Look at that. It should work now. That took way too long for me to debug. Why is this? Oh, it's because I still have a breakpoint on it. Like, why is this taking so long? Look at that. We now have a script. Which when I double click it, we should have it pop up in the data inspector. In the same way that the shader does. Oh, there it is. New shader, source, new shader frag. We should be getting a little bit of extra data about it than just that. Hey, my show and file explorer is actually working. I need to make it so I can click the edit button on it though. Very useful button. In here. Oh, that's the only place. There it is. File type source. Where do I... get file type? There it is. Ooh. Lua is a source. Easier to do with this with something like a map at some point. Extension dot. So that will fix the highlighting as well as the edit button. Now, the other thing I'm interested in is why does the data window it's more so it's been a hyperfixation rather than any actual willpower. Just what I love to do. Hello there, this is a script. Display script data. Asset type script. Focused asset type. Did I forget to change the reported asset type of the script? No, it's right here. Contained assets. It might actually be an inline thing on the header file. Will you plan on supporting any other rendering backends like Metal or DirectX? Not at the moment. At the moment, I'm mostly thinking that Vulkan will translate over to everything that I need it to. Like, there's translation layers for things like Metal, even when Apple be Apple and not supporting standards. Do type, M type. Oh, this is a shader asset. I want a script asset. Script, shader asset. Okay, that's nothing to do with the asset itself. Focused asset type. Turn underscore type. Where does underscore type get set? Does it ever get set? Oh, interesting. It gets set from the substring of the type. And I do have script here as script. Maybe it actually... Maybe we are hitting this. Did I write this file? I might not have written this file. There's a breakpoint there. So if we actually go into the editor, do we hit the breakpoint where we try to display script data? Yo, how's it going? Joe in chat. We are currently fighting with I am GUI. We mostly have... Oh, we have mostly made our way through my very... I'm very tempted to just like throw the tag legacy on all of my old code because it is all crap. I need to refactor everything. But look at that, we now have like nice little icons on the different script things. We can click edit, we can see the editing of the Lua script there. And then if it lets me select it, like here, it lets me select that. It doesn't let me select the actual script. So maybe it's something further up the chain that I need to fix. Focused asset name. I have to see where focused asset gets set. I'm also like slowly loading the project back into my midterm memory. There's a focused asset event. Which I guess focus asset event gets generated by the asset browser widget. So in the asset browser widget, yeah. There's our focus asset event. If file type is equal to asset and allow edits, get editor asset, file, throw console over here. Ah, no console errors. Dang it. Like, this is green. It's only green if the editor does detect that it is, like, something we can edit. Like, if I go to material, the buggy test script material, more like test mat, like here we can see it's green, so it allows us to select it. That is green, so it allows us to select it. But for some reason, I'm not able to select the script. Why do it be that way? I think I'll refrain from D&B right now, but perhaps next stream. You know, I like my sci-fi beats. So what is going on here? What's the code path? If mouse double clicked, throw a breakpoint there. Let's see if this gets triggered. Looks like it did. Yep. There we go. What do you mean cannot locate an address for asset browser widget? There we go. Oh, dear. Okay, so it goes into here. Maybe it isn't finding the asset? Nice. Cannot move frame if not stopped. What do you mean it's not stopped? It's not playing. Oh, headset just reset. Yippee! Rebuild my dev environment speedrun. There's that chat over there. There's this chat over here. Then there's the desktop over there. There's definitely like something like a memory overflow bug. Hello there, how goes it? Come on, YouTube. I'm gonna close that window, reopen it. It like half signed me out. Please show me chat. No. There we go. If we go through that direction, it does show me chat. Okay, we're good. I can see both chats once more. Twitch, YouTube. Alright, now where was I? It does not have a complete definition. This shouldn't be able to access GLS Lang at all. Because I deleted GLS-Lang. Anyway, it claims this is running, but it isn't. We'll just restart. Or will we? Will it work with us? No. Maybe if we press the button in the UI? No. That took way too long. So, why is it still alive? Task manager? You're scaring me, task manager. Why is task manager not able to kill my apple? Maybe if we do something like this, get different results. Windows? You have me very concerned right now, Windows. Yes, kill. That's an option. I guess that might be a from sys internals. And then, how do I specify it? Is there any way to get the ID of this? 6320. Unable to... Huh? Let's run Task Manager as administrator then. Maybe Admin Task Manager will be able to handle this. No. This is what we can do. We can say PowerShell run as administrator. And then we get a administrator PowerShell. Yoink this command. Why isn't it letting me select that? Huh. There's no instance of the task. Okay. Six, 320, 6, 320. So let me see if I can open other instances of it, or if I have to do a computer restart to fix this. Yeah, it's looking like a restart might be what happens here. Main thing is, can I... Oh, interesting. Well, then again, when it installed, it didn't... So, that's weird. Did it... Well, it said the editor was up to date. So that actually makes sense that we were able to open up a new instance of it, but what about as soon as I want to update the executable? So if we actually change the content of it, like, what was I even trying to fix? Right, we were trying to figure out, here, I'm gonna move this screen down so I'm actually looking at it. We want, in the data window, is this the data window? No, this is the script asset. In the editor, Windows, data window, open asset or event. In our focus asset event, throw a breakpoint there. If image, if material. Oh. So I'm manually doing like I am manually changing all of these variables. Which this is very much asking for a refactor. Like sub windows. Oh wait, that one's the one that's material. No wait, that is image. Then this one's material. And then I also want a default case. That tried to open unsupported asset plus focused asset type dot to string. Type report this. And now if I try building again, does it let me overwrite the executable, or do I have to restart my PC here? Rich expression of const asset type is not valid. Oh, yeah. So this is technically an enum. This is a struct. Now, let's see if it actually compiles. Install did fail. Which means, yeah. I need to restart my PC. So I will be back shortly after this restart completes.